being here again today for the Manly Festival of Football. Again, please take some time to enjoy the activities at the end of Field 1. The canteen will be open for the whole day, and we have the far post over on the other side of the field, open from 12 until late in the evening. We got some raffle prizes today as well. Tickets on sale at the cake stalls. Prizes include a one-on-one training session with Manly first grader Aaron O'Driscoll, Australian national team jersey, and the official Puma English Premier League ball for the upcoming season. There will also be a skills challenge for kids aged 12 and under at the halftime of our women's first grade game, which is coming up. Again, anybody who has lost your car keys for an electric vehicle, come up to the announcing booth because we have found them. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this afternoon's fixture for the Manly Festival of Football. Our next fixture here on our cover number 1 is the NPL New South Wales Women's First Grade between your Manly FC and the Macarthur Rams. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick around here because we've got plenty happening here. The canteen will be open for the entirety of today's proceedings. The far post on the eastern side of the field will be open until late in the evening, and there's going to be a wine testing happening as we speak. We also have some great raffles happening right now, including the one-on-one training session with Manly first grader Aaron O'Driscoll, Australian national team jersey, and the official Puma English Premier League ball for the upcoming season. Just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, as well, that during the half-time here for the NPL New South Wales Women's First Grade, there will be a skills challenge for all kids aged 12 and under. So make sure, if you're interested in the skills challenge, that you make your way up to the northern walkway onto the ground before half-time to join us for the skills challenge. In the meantime, we'll do our lineups for NPL New South Wales Women's First Grade between your Manly FC and the Macarthur Rams, and the lineup is as follows. For the Macarthur Rams, number 2, Tegan Gutalicio. Number 3, Chantal Manidi. Number 5, Laura Sasai. Number 6, Darcy Malone. Number 7, Bonti True. Number 8, Amelia Kassar. Number 9, Tia Machinsky. Number 10, Sakura Nojima. Number 16, Maya Lobo. Number 17, India Breda. And number 20, Isabella Coelho. And on the bench, number 12, Matilda Dodwadwitz. Number 22, Holly Callow. Number 23, Holly Thomas. Number 25, Claire Corbett. Number 26, Amalia Plummer. And number 31, Jazel Zrika. And now, the lineups for your Manly Brothers Bins is here. They've been servicing the Northern Beaches and surrounds for over 40 years. Next time you think skip bins, think Brown Brothers. Reliable service and eco-friendly operations is what they do best. Brown Brothers have planted over 16,000 trees and recycled over 80% of their collections. At Brown Brothers, they live and breathe skip bins. So go on, skip the mess, just better than the best. Call on 9999 6466 or get a fast quote at brownbrothersbins.com.au. Brown Brothers Skip Bins, their business is picking up. The official apparel partner of your Manly United FC. Whether you're scoring goals, training hard, or cheering from the sidelines, look and feel your best in the latest range of performance team wear from Best Team Sport. Locally based, Australian owned, Best Team Sport offers ready-made stock and custom sportswear, accessories and club equipment for peak performance on and off the field. Best Team Sport is your one-stop professional football supplier. Elevate your game. Contact JK and the team at Best Team Sport, Unit 116 Aquatic Drive, Frenchs Forest, or shop online at www.bestteamsport.com.au and get kitted out today. The NPL New South Wales Women's, Macarthur Lambs and your Manly FC.
Phoebe Gilbane. In midfield, number 6, Ruby Jackson. Number 37, Chloe O'Brien. And number 18, Daisy Arrowsmith. In attack, number 11, Tegan Biasi. Number 9, Emily Manette. Manly's top scorer for the season with 7 goals. And rounding out the starting lineup is number 5, Nicole Stewart. While Manly United, coached by Tom Hopley. This is his 4th season as the Manly United women's first grade head coach. Now, for Macarthur Rams, you think they'll also be 4-3-3, by the way. I'm guessing with these formations. Let's see how many mistakes I make. But anyway, as there's the whistle, away we go. For the Rams, in goal, number 20, Isabella Coelho. 4 at the back, number 5, the captain, Lola Sasai. Number 16, Maya Lorbert. Number 3, Chantel Maniti, Philippines International. And number 2, Tegan Bertolicio. In the Rams midfield, number 6, Darcy Malone. Number 8, Anita Casa. And number 10, Sakura Nojima. And up front, number 17, India Breyer. Number 9, Taya Masensky. And number 7, Bronte True. Macarthur Rams are coached by Victoria Guzman. What a player she was, by the way. And the real Oak Hill Women's OGs will remember her at her playing days at Sydney University. Okay, now, well, see a rare one. There's a late change as intercept from Bronte True. Tumble on the synthetic turf. She wants a decision. It's not forthcoming from Chloe Gray. They're actually, I knew I should have waited to check the lineup because the player on the ball, actually not in the original lineup that was uploaded, number 12, Sian Bozanic, is in the Manly midfield to replace Ruby Jackson, so that must have been a late change for the hosts. But it does look like the Rams, there's been no late changes on their part at least. And if you're less familiar with the lineups, it's normal, usual kits for both the, what we call this, the royal blue for Manly United and the maroon for Macarthur Rams. It's great to see the Rams back in maroon, by the way, after those odd couple of years where they decided a white kit was the best. They're looking more Macarthur, shall we say, these days. So I did mention the Sapphire Cup, what we call the greatest cup competition in the world. And as Darcy Malone takes over for the Rams. And Malone getting some encouragement from at least one person in the crowd. Ooh, it's a long way for the Malone clan to travel up here to the northern beaches. Let's leave it at that. But as the Rams build, and Indy Breyer cannot get the shot away. Neither can Tegan Bertolicio. Played back to Malone. And Malone to Bertolicio. Number 2's going head-to-head for a brief moment. And that's Breyer up against Stewart, who's back defending. Now Bertolicio will cross. It's going to be over Malone. Nojima for the Rams. I think that's Casa, who's gone back to Sasai, Rams captain for today. Blocked by Biasi, but yes. In 3 days' time, Wednesday, 18th of June at 7:30 p.m., Macarthur Rams will have the chance to reach their first ever Sapphire Cup final. They're away to Mount Druitt Town Rangers at Popondetta Park, and that is a 7:30 p.m. kickoff in Edmonton. Richards throwing down the line, aimed at Manette, and Maniti has used the body very well to prevent Manly's top scorer from potentially having a run down the grandstand side here at Cromer Park. Manette, I believe, 15 goals she scored last season, and continuing that form, she's scored 7 to lead the Northern Beaches side in goals for 2025. Schmelzer, and closed down by Malone. It's True, decides to work it back to Lobo. And then Lobo again. Now, we might have run into a blue wall. Chance for a man to counter-attack. Chloe O'Brien's the closest to that. It is swept up by Maniti and then dealt with by the keeper, Coelho. Stewart. It's worked inside to Manette, and then Bozanic is not able to reel that in. Now, I've just realised that late change with Bozanic coming in for Jackson, and we do hope that Ruby Jackson is okay. Might as well double-check the dribble app, see if Bozanic has been replaced on the home team bench by another player.
Just as a public service announcement, ladies and gentlemen, as well, there is a set of car keys that's been handed in the media box here. The car is we believe it's a BYD, so if you own a BYD car and you're missing your car keys, have been returned up to the media box at the top of the Lucas Little stand.
Well, I just had to pause for a bit, and it'll be a Manly free kick. I hope that person collects their car keys before too long. And of course, you've probably seen what they call that, the inflatable football field behind the goal at the northern end of Cromer Park. Yeah, it's this day is part of what the home team are calling the Manly Festival of Football. It's a massive day at Cromer Park. All Manly teams playing at home on the same day. It's taken quite a great deal of organisation as Bertolicio crunching tackle on Gilbane to prevent the shot. And Gilbane, a decent shot on her, despite being a defender. We saw that the last time Manly had a big day in April. That was the Manly United Fan and Family Day. Gilbane scoring a late equaliser to earn her team a 2-2 draw against Northern Tigers. As the ball is switched to True. True, decent ball. Arnold gets there, I think, ahead of Masensky was the closest for Rams, and Richards will play out. And Biasi now back to Richards. Richards playing as a fullback today, but she can play further forward, so that might be something Manly look to utilise. And here's Biasi with Maniti in pursuit. Stewart making a run into the middle, so is Manette. Cuts inside. There's the shot, and it's straight at Isabella Coelho, but there's the first shot. And that's what we can expect from Tegan Biasi. Plenty of speed, usually on the left side of Manly's formation. And she is Manly's second high scorer for this year with 4 goals, as it's laid off by Manette to Arrowsmith, but Darcy Malone doing an excellent tracking job. Arrowsmith will try again. Nojima this time putting the pressure on, and here's Stewart, but it'll go the way of the visitors as Arrowsmith has fouled Nojima. Now, so go back to the dribble app. So, by the way, I've got to actually change the notes in front of me so I don't make a mistake later on in the game. But as I said, Sian Bozanic has replaced Ruby Jackson in the starting lineup. So now the Manly United bench is as follows. Nicole Simonson, the backup keeper, and the others, Leah Burton, Alexia Fauna, Ellie Kerr, who is the goal-scoring hero on this very patch of synthetic turf last week. Kerr scoring the 90th minute to earn Manly a 1-1 draw against the Wanderers. There's also India Horsley, and this is a great sight to see because after recovering from her ACL injury, Sienna Dale back on a first-grade team sheet for Manly United. For Macarthur, the backup keeper is Jaslyn Lewis-Riker. The other players, Victoria Guzman could bring on later in the game, Matilda Diaz-Vardovitz, Hallie Callow, Hallie Thomas, Claire Corbett, and Amalia Plummer. Gilbane clears it into the fence. Manette holding it up, back to Arnold and across to Schmelter. Richards bounces it back to Schmelter. Longer pass, and O'Brien's well forward. And by the way, this is a great story. It happened a month or, actually, no, probably closer to 2 months ago, but after some time away from the club, I'm sure the Manly United faithful delighted to see Chloe O'Brien back and wearing the blue of Manly United. If memory serves me correctly, she is one of the few remaining survivors from their 2017 Grand Final win against Macarthur Rams. I believe she was also the captain when Manly won the championship in 2020. And she brings a great deal of experience and skill to Manly, who otherwise, as per a recent article published by Football New South Wales, Manly, the only team to not sign any players from A-League up to the conclusion of the A-League women's season. But Chloe O'Brien certainly a great pickup for Tom Hopley. Schmelzer going direct And Maniti got the first touch as it dropped out of the sky, cleared by Sosai. True. Lays it off Sosai. Now Caso. And I think maybe Chloe Gray could have called a foul on Sosai. In fact, I think it's actually going to be a second foul. So Macarthur free kick after the contact on Amelia Caso. That reminds me, shout out to Megan who's tuning in. Hope your fellow Maltese Amelia Caso has a great game today for you. Header from Arnold. And then Biasi can't keep it in. No, it did. As Caso can't quite reel it in, but gets a chance now, and the nutmeg pass by Caso. There you go, that's one for you, Megan. And the Rams will now have it centrally with Lobo. Aim towards Breyer. Good first touch. And then back to Bertolicio. Nojima has it stolen by Bozanic, who then skips past the second defender. Here's Stewart. The options are arriving in the middle. Tracked, watched closely by Lobo. And actually, that's excellent defending from Lobo. Just held her ground and then squeezed the space and made sure Stewart ran out of room. So I did say this is one of the early afternoon kickoffs for this round. It's round 15 of NPL Women's New South Wales, so the other wasn't too far away from here. It was a 2:40 p.m. kickoff at a venue that I presume must be absolutely freezing, Northbridge Oval, where it was the Bulls hosting University of New South Wales. Biasi shoots, and it's well. Sosai needs a second go to clear it. The Macarthur skipper does just that, but yes. That game, the other game from this round, which is in progress as we speak. And off-frame, Jodie Draver is quite a way out of position. She wanted something from the technical area. She'd better get back in position quickly. She will, but Jodie Draver was standing next to her coach, Tom Hopley, with the ball in play. Manuel Neuer could dream of such positioning in free play. But it's okay. Manly didn't give up the ball, and Draver's back in position. As I was saying, that other game from NPL Women's round 15 currently in progress. Hang on. As Biasi takes a tumble on the edge of the box. Manly set piece coming up. And Quelo wants two in the wall. True will now guard against the ball into the middle. It's going to be Arrowsmith to deliver. Yes, I better finish this thought. Yes, the other game currently being played, it's Bulls FC Academy and their star defender Liz Gray hosting University of New South Wales. Got there in the end. Anyway, back to matters at Cromer Park. Here's Arrowsmith. Skies it to the far post, and it's a decent header, but the flag is up. Lucas Klosterhoff has caught, I think it was Bozanic, who strayed offside. The other games being played in this round 15 of NPL Women's, well, 4 of them are at 5 p.m., so pretty much straight after the conclusion of this one. So, what do we have? So I mentioned the Maltese earlier, so shout out to our Maltese friends in the commentary team. Melissa Muscat is at Sydney University Football Ground to call the game I like to refer to as the Alex the Astronaut Derby, Sydney University versus Northern Tigers. Yes, that's right. The musician Alex the Astronaut has played for both of those clubs. And our other Maltese mate Ashley Borg. So hold that thought, because here's Biasi, and Sosai gets the ball. It'll be the first corner of the game. But yes, Ashley Borg is mentally readying himself for yet another evening on the dodgy scissor lift at Lake Macquarie Regional Football Facility. Ashley is calling Newcastle Jets versus Spirit FC, the Kirsty Fenton Fracas. The other two 5 p.m. kickoffs on the south coast, Illawarra Stingrays hosting Mount Druitt Town Rangers, top of the table clash that one. And it's part of an Olympic doubleheader at Belmore, presumably. Olympic hosting the Wanderers Academy. Corner comes in. Keeper hesitated, and it ends up outside the box, and potential Rams counter. And Bronte True, who is lightning fast, so Grace Arnold understands the importance, but doesn't get the ball, and True's going to continue, but Gil Bain holds her up. And It'll be a Rams throw. Throw into Malone. Always finding pockets of space. Darcy Malone tries to drop one in for Drew. And Draver, who's wearing a cap. And I think it's not liked here. Because this ground does largely go north-south, but... Actually, does it? Whatever, the sun is affecting Jody Draver, at least in this first half. Stewart, 1-2 with Gilbane. Now Stewart, one for Minette to chase. Here's Maniti, and Maniti decides to just get it away from Minette, but she hasn't given up. It breaks for Biasi. And Biasi shoots. It's a brilliant goal. That's wonderful from Tegan Biasi. Her 5th of the season. Manly take the lead. Emily Minette's persistence has really created that opportunity because she harassed multiple Rams defenders until they gave it straight to Biasi. Biasi took her time, waited for it to open up on her right foot, and she's given Isabella Coelho no chance. So, there it is. The score currently matches the round 2 game between these clubs, which technically was a Macarthur home game, but for reasons of Linwood Park unavailability was actually played here at Cromer Park. But Manly beat the Rams 1-0 in round 2, and that is now the scoreline here in Cromer. As Jody Draver fixes either a shin pads or a socks or both, yeah. Oh, by the way, I forgot about one of my commentary shout-outs as Stewart is battling multiple players, and then Bertolicio goes back to Maniti, and then back it goes to the keeper, Coelho. But, yes. Irish mate, Dublin David Feeney, he's got the double. He's calling both games in a doubleheader because he's currently calling the 3 p.m. Sydney Olympic men's home game, and then he'll back up at 5 p.m. for the women's game between Sydney Olympic and Western Sydney Wanderers Academy. Hope he's got throat lozenges. Strong tackle from Maniti. And infringement possibly against Arrowsmith there. And then the latest of the kickoffs in NPL Women's for today, it's at a kickoff time that I will never stop finding strange. 5:10 p.m. at the Arctic Circle, Gladesville Ravens hosting RPL Leichhardt. That is our match of the round. And if it's a match of the round, you generally know what comes next. Yes, it's being called by the Serbian Martin Tyler, Nikola Pozder. Header from Gilbane into touch, and actually, one of the good things about having big days like this, there's a lot more of the Manly United family in presence than would usually be the case, as Malone actually forces Maniti to hurry. That's a great sliding tackle. Now Breyer, who appears to have switched flanks. Header from Arnold. O'Brien back to Richards. But, oh, that's nice from Biasi. And then O'Brien finds Arrowsmith in a bit of space. She's got runners. One of them is Manette, but Sasai thinks she'll get there first. And the Lola has the speed. And Coelho has sliced that behind for a corner. Arrowsmith delivers. It hangs up in the air. They let it bounce. Then Manette. Oh, I think that's crossed the line, surely. Yes, it has. And Emily Manette doubles Manly United's lead before the 20-minute mark. It was an awkward height, but the technique was excellent from Manly's number 9. Swiveling, putting it out of reach of the keeper. It hit the underside of the bar and just snuck over the line. Manly are looking good here in the early stages.
Goal to Manly United, number 9, Emily Minette. Manly United 2, Macarthur Rams 0.
8 for the season for Emily Minette. And yes, Manly 2, Rams 0. As Richards misjudged the bounce, but Draver is there to sweep things up. By the way, shout out to Lockie, who's also tuning in. And there's Gilbane down the line for Stewart. 2 in the middle. Decent ball, but it's blocked, I think, by Lobo. Gilbane, she's well forward, getting forward from right back, but Nojima is the one who clears. Now, Biasi. Stopped by Sasai. Now, the Rams move it forward. There's a little bit of room for Masensky. Keep an eye out for her. She scored a spectacular scissor kick 7 days ago when Rams lost 2-1 to Apia. It was actually a milestone game down at Linwood Park 7 days ago. Big shout out to the Queen of Blacktown, Ashley Crofts. She scored the winner for Apia against Macarthur Rams last weekend. Her 100th goal across NPL First Grade and the Sapphire Cup. That's quite some achievement. As Richards will take the throw in right by her own corner flag. And then, well, Rams get the deflection. So, their captain, Lola Sasai. Let's see. Well, no one has gone too short, so it's going to be a long-ish throw. She goes for distance. Strong header for Schmelzer, and then Sasai can't get the right touch. Richards, nice little dink to O'Brien, and O'Brien zings it to Minette. Tries to cut inside, but can't beat the second defender, who was Lobo. Now Maniti. And True, well, had got the touch, but she was almost in the technical area by the time she touched that, so going to be a turnover. There's Lobo again. Great header from Schmelzer. Now, I've said this previously when calling Manly United games, but watch out for Schmelzer at set pieces. One of those, when she was at college in the United States, I believe, God, when she was playing for the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, she played football and basketball for them. So, knowing that, her vertical leap, not very surprising. Well, not surprising at all. As Gilbane crosses, keepers up, and misses it. Minette was attacking it, but Minette also has committed the foul. Now, Nojima. Lobo trying to thread one through, and Malone can't get the flick to provide an option for Bertalicio, who was starting to overlap. This might as well mention the other women's stream we have today for you on the Football New South Wales YouTube channel. It's from, don't tell the NPL teams I said this, it's from the greatest league in the world, Football New South Wales League One Women's. And our cameras will be at Jensen Park from 5 p.m. for Bankstown City versus South Coast Flame. Interesting clash, though. Two teams close to each other on the table, but one team, the Bankstown and Flame definitely aren't close to, is the league leaders Hills United, who are miles ahead of Bankstown and South Coast. Anyway, Malone over the top. Miskensi has one to chase. Overlap is coming. But Missensi cuts inside and shoots, but it's high and wide. She hit a net, just not the net she was aiming for. So, it's one of those quirks of the fixture list, because as I said earlier, Macarthur's next game is in 3 days' time against Mount at Poppendetta Park against Mount Druitt Town Rangers at Sapphire Cup semi-final. Well, wouldn't you know that? Manly's next game, also against Mount Druitt Town Rangers. That's in 7 days' time, a 5 p.m. kickoff. And another quirk of the coincidence of the fixture list, the Manly United men's team are also away to Mount Druitt Town Rangers at Poppendetta Park next weekend. So, yes, what I call the... what would I call that? One of the great culture clash derbies of NPL, Manly versus Mount Druitt. Anyway, I'll stop before I get in trouble. But Lola Sasai with an excellent tackle. And Sasai is late on Arrowsmith, and that's going to be the first yellow card of the game. Chloe Gray, very clear. Had a pretty straightforward decision to make. And the Lola crashing into Arrowsmith there, so yellow card. Arrowsmith clips one in. Maniti, well, no, that's there's the header from Maniti, but before that, Chloe Gray saw something she didn't like, and the ball will go to the visitors. Now, Arrowsmith had a stolen in there ahead of Minette. Now, it's Richards providing support, but the Rams have been organised enough. And then that's an uncharacteristically loose pass and long-range attempt. Draver was off a line. Masensky kind of skews off her right boot. It is a goal kick. By the way, shout out to Dale also tuning in. For your sake, I hope Bulls are winning as we speak. And the short goal kick by Arnold to Bozanic. Foot in there from Nojima. Breyer. And Casa just took a hop, possibly that she wasn't expecting, as O'Brien has given Draver an awkward one. Draver does well and just make sure that the ball doesn't go past her, which is a very, very simplistic definition of the job of a goalkeeper. Now Gilbane slams one into Bertolicio. It's going to be Arnold with the back pass to Draver. Well, Draver hesitated under the pressure from True, and Casa could be in here, and just sliced across. A little bit off balance, which is unlucky from Casa. Now, by the way, Dale, in case you're wondering, he's actually quite well behaved in the Lucas Neal stand at the moment. Well, for now anyway. Draver with the goal kick, helped on by O'Brien, but then there's Nojima forward. Good touch from Schmelter, and she finds Richards. Richards aiming for Biasi, but covered there by Lawball, but then Minette wins the second ball. O'Brien down the left side. Now Biasi, she will reach this. And Biasi, it's a great tackle from Maniti. It will be Manly's third corner of the game. Arrowsmith, she has been the nominated set-piece expert for Manly this season, so she's going to take this one from by the flag. It's up. And Manly trying to make something of it. Again, Minette trying to shoot on the turn. This time, the shot is blocked. And here's Breyer. Breyer. Now Bertolicio takes over. Looking for Masensky, and it's Stewart who was, I think she was back defending for Manly as they had an attacking set piece because Nicole Stewart is quite fast. And his Rams trying again. This time the near side to us. True is one-on-one with Richards. True. Looks for an option. Finds Casa. True again. Sasai's forward. Sasai is the cross, which will be simple for Jody Draver. There's Arrowsmith, and that is going to, I think it's going to trundle over the line. Yes, Bertolicio has it covered, and I think she'll take the throw. But then Ram's not keeping it for long. There's a wonderful crowd here on the deck. At the far post, the License Club opposite our filming position. As I said, all Manly United and MWFA rep teams playing at Cromer Park today. Great atmosphere on the backfields as well. I was there earlier. Schmelzer, that is, even with my failing vision, I could see the jersey tug that Indiabro just did. Even I could see that one. Free kick to Manly. Yeah. But yes, all Manly teams here today. Yes, they're using all 5 fields at Cromer Park. And for those of you who are not familiar with this complex, yes, there are 5 fields. They even snuck a state cup game between, I think, 2 under 14 girls teams on there as well. Everything's happening here at Cromer Park today. And as Bozanic turns, something I've added to my commentary recently is Canteen Watch. I'm going to put a little bit of a different spin on that, because I can do Food Truck Watch today, because at the front of the entrance to the main stand, the fine folk from Lambda Suvla Grill, and I had an excellent lamb pitta. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Shout out to the fine folks at Lambda. As O'Brien sweeps it back, there's Arnold across to Schmelzer. Yeah, so yes, as I said, all Manly teams here today. The highlight of the game, this is the first part of a first grade doubleheader. So the Manly United men's first grade team playing straight after this game at 5 p.m. against Sydney FC as Minette crosses, and it's caught by Coelho. Also, behind that northern goal, you can see the inflatable football field. My goodness, that thing is massive. My reaction to just how big that thing is, I imagine that's other people have a similar reaction when they find out how big my ego is. As Rams played forward, but that's going to be over Masensky's head. There's a jumping castle also, by the way, on the behind the northern end of Cromer Park. And I know the staff in the canteen, they're going to sleep well tonight, because they have been very, very busy. Arrowsmith, good turn, looking for the through ball, but Maniti is in the way. Now Stewart got round Bertolicio, but she has overdone it slightly. Now, for my own silly purposes, something when I looked at the team sheet, I'm disappointed this hasn't happened. I would like either Tegan Biasi or Tegan Bertolicio to swap sides so we can have battle of the Tegans, but they're on opposite sides at the moment. I hope one of them switches at some point. That'll be fun. And brilliant work by Malone, winning the free kick. Excellent use of the body. And now, Breyer, I think, looking for the diagonal. Headed by Richards, only as far as Casa. Sosai. Now, Sosai might have started to move here, because now it's True. And True blocked off by Richards.
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick reminder that anyone interested in the skills challenge will be happening at half-time in the women's first grade game. If you're interested in that skills challenge, please start making your way up to the northern walkway. Anyone interested for the skills challenge at half-time, please start making your way to the walkway at the northern end of the ground.
Oh, so there's going to be a skills challenge at half-time. Well, that'll be interesting, because the last time Manly had a big day, a similar skills challenge, a bunch of young folk had to start at the centre circle. In the middle, at the kickoff spot was a bin, and they had to juggle the ball from the center circle all the way into the bin without it touching the ground. And the young woman who won it, I believe she's part of Manly United's Girls JDL program. She was absolutely delighted, as this will be covered by Lawball. And Coelho finds Casa, and broken up by Bozanic. Good touch from True, looking centrally, covered by Arrowsmith. And back to the keeper, so Manly will start again. Draver. Nice ball, and then Stewart finds O'Brien. Now Gilbane. Arnold. Arrowsmith. Stewart first time. Biasi might have been offside. We will never know. Rams have the ball. Now, a loose one from the Rams, but Bertolicio will get there ahead of O'Brien. It's delivered into the middle, but Lobo is pretty calm, and then a couple of quick passes. Sosai racing away to collect this ball right in front of us, but then good pressure from Biasi. And now Bozanic, right, it's a challenge, but Lobo is persistent. Bozanic goes on and shoots, but it's going to hit the big net behind the Rams' goal. Gilbane covers, but got to be quick, and Nojima beat it to the ball. Nice flick there from Breyer to find Nojima. Now, it's fortunate for Manette, and just double checking. You can, if you're really unlucky, hurt your ankle like that, but Manly's number 9 is fine, as is Malone. And then on the far side, or the far post side, as I suppose we could call that, it's recovered. Possession recovered by Manly United. If you've just joined us, of course, YouTube stream, you can click back on the stream and see what you missed. It's Manly United leading Macarthur Rams by 2-0. Goals from Tegan Biasi and Emily Manette. That ball escapes Richards. Now Sosai. Sosai. Good run. Stopped by Richards. Now O'Brien looking for Biasi. Now Bozanic. And Bozanic will try and go around Masensky, but she's also taken it over the touchline. Now, another thing I've wanted to add recently is what I like to call my contractually obliged Mel Keith shout-out. One of my friends, the coach who with Hakoa won the last summer's Futsal Premier League Open Women's Championship. Because basically, every time I call a women's game, a player she's coached is in the team. Well, this is why I love calling Macarthur Rams, because it's easier to count the Rams players out there who haven't been coached by Mel Keith at some point. I'll get back to that thought later as Stewart attacks down the far post side of Cromer Park. Out for a corner, Manly's fourth. But yeah, just briefly on that, I think it's an all Mel Keith back four. Sasai, Lobo, Maniti, Bertolicio. And you got Malone, Breyer, Masensky also among players that she's coached. I love to see that. So, flat delivery to the near post by Arrowsmith. Up in the air by Maniti. It's allowed to bounce. It's up for grabs for Sasai. Plays it, and turns out to be a good pass for Teo Masensky. Looking for support, and one of those plays is true, so it's 3-on-3 if the Rams are quick enough. True. Works centrally, but great tackle from Arnold. And then, Malone. Great tackle to stop Gilbane in her tracks. Bertolicio. Masensky now. And Nojima. Malone. A little look over the shoulder to see where the pressure's coming. That's the thing about the great players. They're always constantly scanning. Yeah, just like that from Malone, looking both sides to see where the opponents were. Now Lawbush will try from long range and stepping, but the power really wasn't enough to trouble Draver, and she knew she could bat it down with no Rams really close enough to take advantage of any spills. By the way, as Draver kicks it long, I like Jodie Draver's style. I remember a game last year. I saw a pregame, and she was holding an espresso shot. Clearly, espresso is part of her pregame ritual. Yeah, me too, Jodie. As Biasi, that's a good shooting position. She will shoot. Good save from Coelho. Manly's fifth corner of this first half, and well, the Rams have already felt, shall we say, the wrath of Tegan Biasi's right foot. Does that even make sense? It's too late now. I've already said it, but there's a bullet from the Manly number 11 and opened the scoring. And she had Coelho at full stretch there. Arrowsmith delivers, and the keeper, one hand palm of it before the clearance is missed by Breyer, so O'Brien shielding it. Wants to find the space for a cross. Does find a good cross, and it's palmed. Schmelzer couldn't head it in from almost the goal line. Minette keeps it alive. Arrowsmith up against Asai, and now Biasi will find the player in space. Who's Richards? Just imagine. The thought just occurred to me if a long-time Football New South Wales commentator, Nicholas Kutniak, ever calls a Manly United game with Lucy Richards playing, he will spend the entire 90 minutes trying to think of Jim Richards references. As it's back to Draver, and Draver is under heavy pressure from True, but found a teammate. Now Arnold finds, it was Gilbane, but Nojima with the foot in there. Nojima might have blocked the pass out from the back. Arnold recovers the ball, and I think a bit of a safety first kick from O'Brien, although Stewart's going to try and make something of it. Stewart fouls Bertolicio. Almost at the end of the first half, and Manly United leading Macarthur Rams by 2-0. NPL Women's New South Wales Round 15 action from the home of football in the Northern Beaches, Cromer Park. Nojima again, but it's going to go back for a free kick. The foul was on possibly Masensky. Long-range Ram set piece. As we're about to end the opening 45 minutes. Oh, Thanks, Lockie, for that joke, which I definitely can't repeat. This will stay with me for a long, long time. Now, I won't explain that. Anyway, India Breyer delivers. Great header from Schmelzer. And it's up to Stewart, and if Stewart can get the touch past the defender, it could be away here, and Stewart, it's unlucky. Yes, ball just trickles over the sideline. as Malone plays that forward. Is covered by Arnold. Of course, I did mention one Sapphire Cup semi-final, so it would be remiss of me not to mention the other one. Details to be confirmed, but after their dramatic shootout victory in the quarterfinal over UNSW, it is Western Sydney Wanderers Academy. Yes, the kids in red and black. They will host RPL Leichhardt for a place in the Sapphire Cup final. As Malone makes it difficult for Schmelzer. And Schmelzer now loses out to Malone. That's more good work from the Macarthur number 6. And then equally good work from Richards to block off True. Now Sasai, bit of a loose touch would have allowed Biasi to get the foot in there. But now it's Lawbo. Run from centre back. And is Richards. Norjama. Caught O'Brien on the blind side. And Norjama looking for options. Masensky to Lawbo. She's still forward. There's a layoff to Bronte True. And True sidefoots it. But under pressure from Richards, I think you'd say she's done just enough. There's the whistle from Chloe Gray. It's half time at Cromer Park. So, the teams are going to head to the dressing sheds, but it's looking great for Manly United so far. Only 45 minutes away from another three-point haul, and it was their dynamic duo who's done the damage. Tegan Biasi opening the scoring in the 16th minute with a rocket, and Emily Minette a very tidy close-range finish to make it 2-0. This is Eric Suihana with the commentary for NPL Women's New South Wales Round 15 from Cromer Park. We'll take a short break, and then we'll be back for the second half. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're all set for a start of NPL New South Wales Women's for the second half between your Marion FC and the Macarthur Rams.
Welcome back to the second half of our NPL Women's New South Wales Round 15 coverage. Manly United leading Macarthur Rams by 2-0 as Chloe Gray blows the whistle for the second half. And as usual, my start of second half ritual, a quick scan of the shirt numbers to see if any subs have been made, but I don't think they have been. I will keep you updated as Chloe O'Brien with a quick turn away from Sosai on the far side of the field. Goes back to Arnold. If you've just joined us, it was Tegan Biasi and Emily Minette with the goals to put Manly in this a very comfortable position, but there's still certainly a lot of football to be played. And if you are part of the Tegan Biasi fan club, firstly, if not, why not? But secondly, if you are, I have tried my best to get her opening goal onto the NPL New South Wales social, so keep an eye on that. There's a nice ball down the line to Emily Minette, tracked by Maniti, and it's a good tackle. By the way, Chantal Maniti, as I said earlier, Philippines international, and I am loving the fact it was Philippines Independence Day 3 days ago, but do get to call a game featuring one of my kababayan, one of my compatriots who has represented the country of my heritage. And actually, it has occurred to me, one of the themes I might drop into the second half of this call, what I call Filipino roll call, because there's quite a few players with Filipino heritage in NPL Women's New South Wales. Might give some of them a shout out. And by the way, malagang bati to any of my Filipino families tuning in. Thanks for your support. Maraming salamat po. And it is the Rams with the ball. And there's Maniti finding Nojima, who's allowed to turn. Now, I think that's true, but Schmelzer gets there first. And Arrowsmith gets away from Nojima. 2 plays in front of her. One of them is Minette, but great positioning from Lorbo, who then gives it straight back. And Minette has 2 in the middle. She goes from long range, and there was an opportunity to lob Coelho. She was off the line, but she's got a foot just a little bit too far under the ball. By the way, as I go on one of my famous tangents, and Briar can shield the ball, just seen a screenshot in one of my group chats, a halftime score in NPL Women's, in Capital Football NPL Women's. By the way, the shall we say, the home competition for Manly substitute Alexia Fauna, by the way, and one of Alexia Fauna's former clubs is putting the blues on Tuggeranong United, because Belconnen United leading. Well, it was an 8-0 lead at halftime. Apparently, they're now leading 10-0 early in the second half. Ouch. That's making me think of that Simpsons meme with Krusty the Clown. Stop, they're already dead. Anyway, back to this game. And it's Indy Briar with a set piece. Only one player in the wall. And Briar. It's a flat delivery. It's over Malone, who had made the run to the near post. In fact, there is a halftime sub. As I can see, number 25, it's the junior Matilda, Claire Corbett, who's on the field at halftime. And Corbett, a good option to bring on, as could be tricky for Malone. Pinned up by her own corner flag. That will be a goal kick. So the Rams able to escape that tricky situation. But yes, Claire Corbett across League and Cup has scored 6 times this season. Certainly, actually, in all competitions, the Rams' second highest scorer for 2025. Certainly the number 25, a good option to have off the bench, as that's off Lorbo. So long-time followers of my commentary will know I always struggle with halftime subs. Well, I've got half of the sub figured out at least. Nice ball from Gilbane, and that's an equally nice ball from O'Brien to find Minette, and Minette might have got past Lorbo. She has, into the box, and Stewart, oh, that's unfortunate. Stewart made the right run, the ball just gets away from her. Coelho falls on it. So Claire Corbett has replaced Emilia Casa at halftime. And also might have a little bit of change of approach, although the Rams front three was kind of fluid in the first half, but at least the way they're lining up right now, Bronte True's gone to centre forwards, and as someone who scored about 30 goals last season, definitely not a bad option. Looks like Teo Masensky is out wide now for the Rams, so possibly Victoria Guzman, the Rams coach. Changing things up at the break as Gilbane wins the free kick. Now, of course, before I forget, I did want to make this joke because it's a joke a lot of my friends have made. We would love it if Victoria Guzman at some point worked with Izzy Gomez of Central Coast Mariners fame. Because the chance to make the same Guzman-Gomez joke over and over and over again, we'd love that. As that's delivered by Arrowsmith, and the second ball picked up by Richards. Nice touch from Schmelzer, but Sosai is in the way. Breyer touches it back to Malone. And that Malone has played that straight to her coach, Victoria Guzman. Thrown from Bertolicio, Malone helping it on. And seeing the Macarthur number 6 head the ball reminds me, never really known as an aerial threat, Darcy Malone, but in the most recent A-League women's season where she got plenty of time with Canberra United, Darcy Malone scored her first 2 goals in A-League women, both headers from corners. I was particularly thrilled as, Draver might have given this away to Breyer, and Breyer could try and chip the keeper. Indy Breyer has pulled one back. That's magnificent. And the Rams are on the scoreboard. Well, the high press has paid off, and Breyer kept ahead to lob the keeper. And for Indy Breyer, who actually was in A-League Women over the summer with the Newcastle Jets and actually started this season with the Jets Academy, because she's definitely nowhere near 23 years old yet. But it is a delightful goal. Her second for the Rams since rejoining them. Indy Breyer, along with Bronte True, one of the championship winners for Macarthur Rams from last season. Very tidy finish. As Coelho, a little bit of hesitation, almost allowed Biasi in. And now that's going to liven things up, that's for sure. Manette. Down the line, Stewart's got a lot of room. Biasi charging into the middle, and Maniti. Great sliding tackle, although she might have got an accidental knock to the head. No intent from Stewart here, and of course you've got to take head knock seriously. So we are going to have a stoppage. So as Chantal Maniti gets checked, I think they're able to move, which is a good sign. But hopefully she is able to continue. And, I've just seen the score at Northbridge Oval. Oh, dear. Tegan Bertolicio getting some instructions from Victoria Guzman. And yeah, that's unfortunate, this one. Maniti's going to have to be subbed here. Despite the scoreline, she's had a good game in central defense for the Rams. But I think I saw the universal signal for substitution. So Rams will have to make a second change of this game. Yeah, so Maniti, she's at least able to walk off the field under her own steam, but that's an unfortunate one. And we're going to see Hallie Thomas, number 23, come on. So do wonder. We will find out if that's a straight swap or if that'll have to be, if that will result in some kind of reshuffle. And anyway, there's the whistle. So We restart with a Manly United throw. And Stewart is fouled by Breyer. By the way, well, I'm well aware of, believe me, I'll get back to that. Firstly, this set piece from Arrowsmith, floated into a dangerous area. Rams win the first header. O'Brien plays it up into the air. Well, Rams make sure to not let it bounce. Minette into the middle, and Nojima, the clearance. Then Arrowsmith with a attempt that is not going to bother Isabella Coelho. By the way, thanks to Megan for the weather report, but I mean, believe me, I, more than most other people, I'm well aware of how far away the Northern Beaches is from the rest of the city metropolitan area. Even so, I am shocked to find out it's raining at Belmore. So, but at least Dublin David Feeney will be very well protected in the Belmore Sports Ground grandstand as Lorber runs it out from the back. See that Thomas, well actually, Thomas has gone to left back, but firstly, there's the run there, and then True was making herself known in the middle, so Schmelzer has headed it behind. First corner of the game coming up for the visitors. Looks like Hallie Thomas has gone to left back. Tegan Bertolicio has gone to centre back. And so the Bertolicio, I think, to me, more known as a fullback, and I believe it's with that position in mind in which she got her recent Matilda squad call-up, but Tegan Bertolicio can certainly play as centre back as well, just like her brother Joel, who is doing very well for RPL Leichhardt. Anyway, corner coming in to the near post and into the side netting. Now, as Schmelzer runs it out down the line. And Schmelzer again, looking for Richards, who's level with the forwards now. And if Richards can beat this challenge, there might be a chance here. As Malone with another expert tackle. And now Schmelzer. To Biasi. And Biasi was actually put off by Richards. Oh, sorry, my bad, by Sosai. Sorry, Lola, not Richards. Wrong motorsport reference. And Malone. Forced backwards, and now she's got to hurry, but Biasi might take over here. And then there's enough maroon jerseys in the way. Here's Nojima to Malone. Able to turn. Now Lobo. And Lobo had Arrowsmith applying the pressure from over her shoulder. Now, actually looking at the Rams bench, possibly Amalia Plummer might be able to come on from memory. So I remember her time at Institute. Usually a defender, we will see. Amalia Plummer in the Rams technical area doing her, I think, her last warm-ups before entering the fray. As is Arrowsmith going backwards to find Schmelzer. Oh yes, let's just double checking. The floodlights are on, that's good. Couldn't quite see from our vantage point, but yes. That's one thing you can't forget. That's for sure. Now Gilbane flies into a challenge. It deflects to the new player for Rams, Thomas. And is Breyer. Draver under pressure, clears it pretty calmly, and now good work from Gilbane to get past Nojima. Gilbane looking for the ball to Biasi, and Sosai. The Lola was very fast there. She's won the free kick as well. The fast Lola, it's just like watching 1990s kart. Definitely not like watching 1997 Formula One, that's for sure. Let's look the YouTube stream to the game in progress. The game close to finishing at Northbridge Oval. Well, it's looking like a it's looking like a world-famous event in Pamplona at the moment because the Bulls are absolutely stampeding over University of New South Wales at Northbridge. They're leading by 4-0 in the 81st minute. Goodness me. As it's delivered from out wide, Lorbo heads the ball. Stewart, outnumbered by Rams. Now True, doesn't quite get there because of the header from Arnold, and the ball bounce just escapes Corbett, but she's able to keep possession. It's now with the centre backs. Now Masensky. Corbett. And the ball escapes True. So Schmelzer, they didn't want to risk letting it run over the byline. Manly very comfortable at playing it out from the back. And there, that's good work. Working the passing triangle in their own area. But now one back by Malone again for Corbett. And Corbett, she'll shoot. And it's a little bit of a fumble, but Draver is sharp enough to get the loose ball before Rams can pounce and perhaps try for an equalizer. Over Minette, header from Thomas, and then it's Nojima, gets it back from Malone. Nojima. And O'Brien battling for it while on the turf, and decision goes Macarthur's way. Well,
substitution for Macarthur Rams coming into the field, number 26, Amalia Plummer.
So yes, Amalia Plum is now on for the Rams. Lola Sasai has made way. So Lola Sasai couldn't quite make it to the checkered flag, but a decent shift nonetheless. And fresh legs on now for the Rams as we're past the hour mark here at Cromer. Manly United leading by 2-1. Manly's goals coming from Tegan Biasi and Emily Minette in the first half, and a goal early in the second half by India Breyer has certainly made it very interesting. As Masensky plays it, but only finds Schmelzer, and now Arrowsmith can turn for Manly. Through ball, and Stewart was the target, and the three Rams defenders just about keep it away from Stewart, and even so, Stewart using her speed to kind of make a nuisance of herself, and Corbett has done brilliantly to get past Bozanic. For Arrowsmith, eases her away from the ball. Now, that's an underhit pass. It is True. One option in the middle, but the late run coming from Nojima. And Nojima couldn't trick her way past. Here's Malone, now wearing the captain's armband for Macarthur. Breyer. Cross is aimed at the far post, but True had kind of run underneath the path of the ball. Darcy Malone wearing the captain's armband for Macarthur Rams first grade. My God, they grow up so fast, don't they? Now, calm passing at the back to find Lorbo. Lorbo attempted the switch. This might take a hop and go all the way to Breyer. And the second defender was Stewart. She did well. Nicole Stewart can play as a wide defender, a fullback if need be. She showed her fullback skills there with that tidy challenge. And the ball looked good for Biasi, but she's jumped just a little bit. Started the run just a little bit too early. Bertolicio will just keep it short from the dead ball. Aim to Corbett, and Corbett holds off Bozanic. Now, that's a good touch from Masensky, but then Schmelzer read it very well. Yes. as it bounces off True. Corbett can't find a teammate. It's going to be easy for O'Brien to gather. Gilbane under pressure, finds Stewart, and then Gilbane couldn't reach that, so Corbett picks up the loose ball. Breyer's the wide option. They double up on O'Do Manley, but Breyer crosses, right-footed, and it's over everyone for a goal kick. So yes, as I said earlier, well, tough scenes at Northwich for University of New South Wales and their Filipino defender Sabine Montenegro, who's trained with the national team, but Bulls leading Uni by 4-0 there in the closing stages. As 4 NPL Women's New South Wales round 15 games set to kick off at about 5 p.m. So firstly, down on the south coast, Tim Gibson's on the mic as for the top of the table clash. Illawarra Stingrays hosting Mount Druitt Town Rangers and their Filipino star Adelaide Wyszynski. And the other university team, Sydney University, is hosting Northern Tigers at the Sydney Uni ground, with the Professor Melissa Muscat having the commentary from Camperdown. Handball against O'Brien there. Also at 5 p.m, Newcastle Jets hosting Spirit FC and their Filipino star Ruby Sullivan at Lake Macquarie Regional Football Facility, with Ashley Borg, another Maltese friend of ours, on the commentary. So, there we go. Sienna-Dale. Love to see this. The former junior Matilda back in first grade action. She's recovered from that ACL injury she suffered at the Asian Under-17 Championships last year in Indonesia. So it's Sienna-Dale and Ellie Kerr on the field for Tegan Biasi and Nicole Stewart. So that's straight swap on both wings. And two very talented wingers with fresh legs, providing a new challenge for the Rams fullbacks as they chase this game. Also, the other 5 p.m. game I didn't mention. So it's, yes, Dublin David Feeney is at Belmore. He'll call Sydney Olympic. They've got a couple of Filipinas, Rochelle Bartomeo and Isabel Antonio. And Olympic are playing the Wanderers, who have a Filipino of their own, Catalina Wyszynski. And at 5:10 p.m. from the Arctic Circle. Why is it 5:10 p.m. anyway? Why can't they just be normal and kick off at 5:10? Sorry, why can't the Ravens just be normal and kick off at 5 p.m.? But anyway, it's Gladewell Ravens hosting RPL Leichhardt. Now, nice turn from Minette. Dale, her first touch, and Kerr wants the through ball. Dale thinks against it and now finds a nice ball. Great run from O'Brien. And Richards is all the way forward from left back already. Header from Bertolicio. Gilbane looking to keep it alive, and Maya Lorber has had enough of that. I'm not sure if she meant that. Turned into a great pass for Masensky. Now True. Isolated handball shouts, not heated, although I could at least see what they were thinking. I was at a League One men's game last night at Rydalmere. What a great canteen at Rydalmere. Highly recommend the lamb kofta wrap and the manouche and probably everything else on their menu. Anyway, League One men's action, Rydalmere versus SD Raiders. I've never seen so many optimistic handball shouts in one game. Got quite aggravating by the end. So, honestly, some of those shouts as optimistic as the last time I asked someone out on a date. But anyway, that's another matter. As the through ball possibly to True, but she's offside. Was a little hesitate a bit. I did wonder why she was so open, but assistant on the far post side of the field, Lucas Klosterhoek, providing the answer. That's Bronte True was offside. Now, I've just seen, most commentators wouldn't look at their group chats during commentary. I'm not most commentators, so the rain that's currently affecting Belmore Sports Ground, that's heading our way. And we might get this game done in time, but the men's game after this one, between Manly United and Sydney FC, that could get quite wet. Ugh.
Just a public service announcement, ladies and gentlemen. If you are not currently in shelter, we advise it may be a good idea to start heading for shelter now.
Yes. Well, okay. Actually, the men's game between Olympic And I think it's Sutherland. That's been paused due to lightning. Thank you, Megan, for your weather update. Oh, well. Well, this game will get done at least before it's affected by any weather. As Dale stopped by Malone. And then touch off Gilbane. So Rams throw. Corbett, as she continues her battle with Bozanic. Manly take the ball back, and we're into the final 20 minutes here. Manly United leading Macarthur Rams by 2-1. The NPL women's fans have longer memories as Minette hooks it in, and they let it bounce, which is not recommended. Kerr will get the ball here. Bertolicio stops it and prevents the corner as well, but it's one of the first things you teach your defenders and keeper. Don't let the ball bounce, and you can see why that's a common advice for the youngsters. Schmelzer finds O'Brien. I think I saw a flash of lightning. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Anyway, Kerr can't get round. But Manly will have the throw. Now, Bozanic tries one from, 45 yards out? It's easy for Coelho. I've just heard thunder. Well, to be fair, the thunder was a long way. I heard the thunder a long time after I saw the lightning, so, well, that's good at least. 1-2. Now Plummer. Plummer's found some space. He's got the fresh legs as well. Towards True. Laid off for Corbett. Malone is open. Chased by Arrowsmith. And Malone to the edge of the box. Finds Breyer. Breyer shoots. Straight into the breadbasket for Jody Draver. Touch off Lobo. And, well, okay, well, the refs have spotted the lightning, so we're going to have a break here as well. So, my understanding of the rules is we've got to wait for at least half an hour, so this is going to throw off the schedule for the game after this one, but the most important thing is that the players are safe. So game paused by my clock, the 73rd minute here. And just to recap, as I think it's quite wet at Northbridge, but they're about to finish that one, yes. The 2:40 p.m. kickoff, Bulls leading UNSW by 4-0 in the closing stages. Oh, well, looks like the students went there for nothing. Anyway, but in this game, Manly United currently leading Macarthur Rams by 2-1. Goals from Tegan Biasi and Emily Minette put them in a good position. The Rams got back into it, courtesy of a long-range strike from India Breyer early in the second half. Now, see the ground announcer's about to make an announcement. Let's just hold on for that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. In between getting my steps up and down the grandstands here, we can confirm that the ground is currently off for lightning. We will be aiming to continue the women's NPL match, but there will be at least a 30-minute delay.
Well, so in case our mics didn't pick that up, yeah, I did remember the rules. Lightning is deemed by the refs to be too close to the ground.
The stage is that the referees do want to try and finish the women's NPL match, in which case straight afterwards we'll have the men's NPL game. But at least for now, the delay will be for at least 30 minutes.
Yes. So, there's another lightning flash, and it's 73rd minute here. Manly leading by 2-1, but we will stop for at least, we have to stop as per the competition rules for at least half an hour, after which it will be reassessed. So, of course, we call this competition NPL New South Wales. The majority of the teams are in the Sydney metropolitan area, and I can confirm it is full-time at Northridge. Bulls have won by 4-0. But if you want to switch over, I suspect your best bet might be either of the games not in the Sydney metro area, although I haven't checked the radar. But yes, top of the table clash between Illawarra Stingrays and Mount George Rangers, about starting at 5 p.m, called by Tim Gibson and Ashley Borg, who hopefully for once isn't getting the short straw with regards to weather. He's calling Newcastle Jets versus Spirit FC. But as though said, we do have to pause action for now, and I think this is not the only game that has been affected. Okay, so I think we will have to pause this, as the ground announcer said the refs' intention for the refs at this stage is to play the remainder of this game, but we are going to take a break in the 74th minute with Manly United leading Macarthur Rams by 2-1. We hope to see you soon. ready. Well, after a long delay, thanks for your patience. We're back for the final 18 minutes of this NPL Women's New South Wales Round 15 game between Manly and Macarthur Rams. So a quick recap for those of you that need it, missed some of the action, or perhaps those of you that are just tuning in now. It is Manly leading by 2-1. The home side's goals, or Manly's goals, coming from Tegan Biasi and Emily Minette in the first 20 minutes. India Breyer, as Darcy Malone has won that free kick. India Breyer scoring for Macarthur Rams just after halftime. A lovely long-range lob of the keeper, and that's why this game is so finely poised. Macarthur Rams in second-last position heading into this one, but potentially a chance to get some much-needed points as there's a good run. And player bundled over. Shout out to the Rams faithful who've stuck around because it's certainly a long drive home, but they won't get the penalty they were perhaps claiming for. It will instead be a corner kick. And I think by my manual tally, that'll be their second of the game. I did check around at the Football New South Wales YouTube page for the other games. And that might give you some progress scores as well as the one full-time score we have when the moment presents itself. But first, corner kick for Macarthur. Decent effort and headed away at the near post before Jodie Draver, the keeper, could get there. And it's good defending on the far side. So, Manly, great ball. And Sienna Dale, who was brought on as a sub. Look at her speed, and she could go all the way in. Sienna Dale, big chance, and Dale scores! And it's 3-1 to Manly. She held down R2, burned past the defender. And what a comeback for Sienna Dale, who played a first competitive action since her ACL injury last year. That was last week in the under-23s, but it's like she never left the Manly United women's first grade team. It's Manly 3, Macarthur Rams 1. And that is absolutely sensational.
Ladies and gentlemen, this one's going to be very special here. Goal to Manly United, number 7, Sienna Dale. Manly United 3, Macarthur Rams 1.
As Malone gets the Rams back underway, and certainly they are up against it. But all they can do is try. Nojima is able to get on the half turn. Breyer finding Malone. Now Bertolicio. That's headed up. I think that was Richards. Nojima couldn't take the ball with her. O'Brien. And O'Brien, pass intercepted by Thomas. Here's Corbett. Work back to Lobo. And Nojima, that's a very interesting battle, I think. A lot of the time, Nojima and Arrowsmith finding themselves head-to-head, as that should be straight at Jodie Draver. Draver boots it into the night sky. So suppose some kind of admin that we have to do in terms of like games being moved to the lightning storm that went across Sydney, as Dale trying to get around Lobo. And she might have done so. Takes a tumble. Corner kick. Yes, so for those that are interested, of interest to the the broader Manly United family who couldn't be here at Cromer Park today for whatever reason, the men's first grade game between Manly and Sydney, to be called by Lockie Flanagan, will commence at 7 p.m. And for what it's worth, the men's under-20 game between Manly and Sydney has been postponed to a later date. But first, Daisy Arrowsmith's corner kick. Players start to make their runs into the 6-yard box, and who does it break for? It's Macarthur, helped forward, I think, by Breyer. Grace Arnold, good anticipation. Schmelzer stayed forward, but immediately loses out to Bronte True. Now, Malone eases past the challenge. Nojima, Breyer's the open player near side. Thomas starting to support her run from left back. But Breyer might take it herself to the byline, as the Manly United men's first grade players are in prime position to watch Breyer win a corner kick. There's Jeremy Denham in position to take photos of this. But short corner to Malone. Malone drills it low, stopped by Gilbane. Now, wondering, of course, no fourth official in NPL women's, at least until the final series. It has occurred to me that subs may have been made during that break, and I actually can see one of them. Manly did make a sub during that very long lightning stoppage. Number 10, Alexia Fauna, is on. And she's pressuring the other number 10 right now. Norjama walking the tightrope, but then straight into Arnold, but that might break for True. And it's actually Fauna defending. Draver slams it forward. That's, I think, Lorber, center circle. Now Corbett. Lorber. And after all that, it's Schmelzer. And one for Minette to chase. Minette tried to wait. O'Brien had made a nice run. But the Rams are in the way. So, of course, as you expect with Macarthur willing to chase the game, despite the stoppage, things are a little bit stretched as well, you'd usually expect at such a late stage in this game. And just in case, because I always do wonder if the when in situations like this, whether the the clock on our graphic is up to date, but roughly 78 minutes played here, and Manly leading by 3-1. Who did, just wondering who Fauna came on for. Might have been Sian Bozanic. That looks like the most likely person. That would be a straight swap in midfield made by Tom Hopley. As Breyer has the through ball chance, Bronte True, even with all her speed, cannot catch up to that. So going around the grounds, yes, in the 2:40 p.m. game, the game which was early enough to escape the lightning storm, just about, although looked pretty wet at the end at Northbridge Oval, but an absolute stampede for the home side as Bulls taught their opponents a lesson, defeating University of New South Wales by 4-0. Last time I checked, it was on the South Coast in the top of the table clash. Mount Druitt Town Rangers leading Illawarra Stingrays by 2-0, and a couple of goals from their young speedster, Rukaya Alfaraja. Those strikes as delicious as a couple of slices of watermelon from Alfaraja. As Dale trying to beat Thomas. And the second defender is Bertolicio. It will be a Manly throw-in. So I've not got any updates from Sydney Uni versus Northern Tigers, the Alex the Astronaut derby in Camperdown. Spirit FC up in the Hunter Valley defeating Newcastle Jets by 4-0 with the customary Sky Halmaric goal. So Jets, as happened the first time they played Spirit this season, the Jets getting hit with the Sky Halmaricing ball. And 0-0 in the early stages at Belmore between Sydney Olympic and the Wanderers Academy. I think it's also goalless in the Arctic Circle, which is going to be even colder than had been originally anticipated. And it's Ravens up against RPL Leichhardt there. Forner on set piece duties now. And Sienna Dale slices it. Breaks for the player who came on at the same time as Dale. Ellie Kerr, but her ball into the middle is dealt with. And Malone followed by a quick feed from Plummer, back to Malone. And Arrowsmith pressing as always. Very underrated part of Arrowsmith's game, known for her goals over the years at Northern Tigers, North Shore Mariners, Bankstown City, her previous clubs. But Daisy Arrowsmith very good at defending as well. As Thomas shows some good defending of her own. And Breyer can't slip it through because Arnold was in the way. And Arnold gets a foot in again to find Chloe O'Brien. Richards, well, she's still full of running, and Manly, they look like they're not going to just sit on this 2-goal lead. As Masensky, Chloe Gray points at the ball, the universal sign for clean tackle. Anyway, well done. Before I forget, because of course it's always administratively awkward when you get these lightning stoppages, these long delays. Player safety, as always, paramount. There's a couple of people I do need to thank on the stream. As the long-range shot comes in and it flicks the top of the crossbar from Bronte True. And Draver just letting the ref know that she did not get a touch. So what are we, by my stopwatch, pretty unofficial. But I think it's about the 82nd minute here with Manly leading by 3-1. And Sienna Dale giving them some breathing room almost immediately after the restart with a wonderful individual effort. Draver going long. Breyer wants to go around Gilbane, and that's just going to be a Manly free kick. Expert defending from Phoebe Gilbane. Is the Manly vice-captain, normally wearing the armband tonight because Ruby Jackson is unavailable. Fortunately, I think a late withdrawal is my understanding, so we hope everything is okay with Ruby. Oh, another progress score in the League One Women's Match of the Round at half-time. Looks like South Coast Flames' chances of winning have been extinguished for another week. They're down 2-0 at Jensen Park against Bankstown City. Forner finds Minette. Now Kerr. And the tackle from Bertolicio. She's got a scramble, wants to prevent a corner, and just about does so. Once again, thank you to Megan. She was tuning in while we admire the multitaskers in our lives. Megan was tuning in at Belmore Sports Ground because she was watching the Olympic doubleheader. She was the first person to tell me that, yeah, thankfully the women's game was not postponed. That one, I believe, kicked off, roughly 6:05 as Malone glides past Forder and past another one. It's Thomas. Down the line. Bronte True, tracked by the other number 7, gets around Dale, which is no mean feat, and True wants the player in the middle, and that was close. Because I think it might have been Corbett, possibly, who made the late-timed run, looking, well, it would have been her 7th goal of the season. Great work from True in the build-up. Yes, I did. Before I forget, firstly, I should shout out often unsung hero of Northern Beaches football, but Leanne Sostanovic of the Manly Warringah Football Association, of course, the home association. Their office is somewhere tucked behind the far post, the clubhouse opposite us, and the association that underpins the Manly United representative clubs. But yes, back to Leanne. Did that hit the ref? Oh, yeah, it did. Yes, it did. It hit it. Well, great. Uncontested drop ball to the Rams, I believe. But yes, Leanne Sostanovic doing tireless work. She's already had a long day here because she was overseeing things at the Manly Festival of Football that was held today. Games on all 5 fields at Cromer Park. Would you believe that? And Leanne just making sure that everything was organised and the correct announcements were made so that the fans knew to stick around and knew that this game would be finished even after such a long delay. So thank you so much, Leanne. Also, well done to the referees. This is tricky situation. Imagine the ref report will be a bit more interesting than usual, but they've made sure they've looked after player safety. We can see some flashes in the background, but the lightning's nowhere near here. And yeah, the refs are led by Chloe Gray, but well done also to Gabriella Archidiacono and Lucas Klosterhof for looking after the players in this game, as we're about to see a Manly United sub. And yes, Chloe Gray, whenever she gets home, she certainly does deserve a warm mug of Milo. Okay. Coming onto the field is number 21, India Horsley. Yes. So another sub cooked up by Tom Hopley. So India Horsley, who I believe is the women's under-23s captain, is getting a run in first grade. Emily Minette, another goal for her as Malone tries to step in. Runs into a blue cul-de-sac. Breyer crosses, and it's a goal kick. And by the way, actually, in terms of games being moved, the women's under-23 game between Manly and the Rams was meant to be originally scheduled for 5 p.m. on Field 2 behind us, but now it'll kick off at 7 p.m. So, yes, that's and we hope that the Rams travelers for that game do travel safe, because they'll be getting home late, shall we say. And Draver. I think she's just going to take no risks, and she will go long. 87 minutes or thereabouts played as Horsley couldn't reel it in. played up by Maya Lobo. And then Rams thrown right in front of the far post. Tell you what, that looks like a lovely. I can tell you, it is a great place to watch football, especially in warm weather. As long as, well, as long as it's not near sunset, because that is a west-facing deck. But other than that, lovely stuff. As Breyer escapes Gilbane centrally. Another touch from Malone. Fauna slows her down. It's good pressure now. Fauna getting in Lobo's face, but she finds Plummer. And Plummer, can she be the pipeline to Rams' goal? And there's Horsley doing the defending. As I make some very niche references, I'm not sure anyone listening will get this, but with that last name, I know it'll probably never happen. I would like India Horsley to play for Marconi someday, so we can make Horsley Park Drive references. I can dream, can't I? Anyway, Thomas intercepts the diagonal, which was aimed towards Dale. Now Bertolicio with a run from centre back. She might go on with it. And Breyer, well, the Marseille roulette took her into trouble and she lost out. Here's Ellie Kerr. On the left, that's Horsley. And India Horsley undercooked the pass meant for Kerr. But Richards, now Kerr, but Kerr runs into Malone. And now on the left, Thomas to Breyer. And Breyer, man, they're very organised. I mean, they've been generally, with the exception of the lead-up that led to the India-Breyer goal. And notice in this phase of play, with Macarthur chasing, we are what? Almost 89th minute, 90th minute, or thereabouts. Actually, I credit to Manly and how Tom Hopley has organised them, because the recent minutes I've seen a lot of Macarthur players being basically forced backwards with their first touch because of the pressure on them. Which is good organisation and a thing that often gets unnoticed. Through ball. Schmeltz is in the way. And goes well. Now, suppose before I forget, might as well plug next week's women's streams on the Football New South Wales YouTube channel. So, oh, by the way, there is also Wednesday night Sapphire Cup final at Popondetta Park between Mount Druitt Town Rangers and Macarthur Rams, the Lena Karmas Derby. But yes, Wednesday 18th, 7:30 p.m. for that clash, and that'll be called by my second favourite teacher of all time, Melissa Muscat. Then 2 NPL women's games on Saturday the 21st at 3 p.m. from the Arctic Circle. It's the Holly Caspers clash, Spirit FC versus Sydney University. And that'll be called by the Serbian Martin Tyler Nikola Pozdo. 6:30 p.m. on Saturday the 21st, Northern Tigers versus Sydney Olympic, called by my second favourite Interlions player of all time, Annabelle Banfield. Sunday 22nd of June, there's 5 NPL women's games starting at 2:40 p.m. at the always freezing Northbridge Oval. Bulls FC Academy hosting Newcastle Jets. I think that's called by Mel Muscat as well. And on Sunday the 22nd, 4 games at the now traditional 5 p.m. NPL women's first grade slot. Manly United travel to Popondetta Park as Gilbane misses it, but Draver catches, and then actually, hang on. My eyes are terrible. Nicole Simonson was subbed on during the break. Yeah, well done, Eric. Anyway, just real. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, Nicole. But also 5 p.m. on Sunday, 22nd, Macarthur Rams are at home against Gladesville Ravens. We've also got University of New South Wales hosting Apia Leichhardt, called by Dublin David Feeney, and the Wanderers Academy hosting Illawarra Stingrays. And that will round that off. Also, self-promotion time, next weekend's League One Women's Match of the Round. Sunday, 26th of June, 5 p.m. from Spartan Park, Blacktown Spartans versus Interlions. I will be calling that one from the Rudy Hill shipping container. Fauna with the tricky feeds. Thomas with the defending, but Rams about as far away from the goal as they could possibly be. Now, as Plummer turns, gets away from the pressure. And then the interception from, I think that's O'Brien. And long-range shot. O'Brien trying to provide the glass-shattering moments for Manly, but the shot was blocked by Lobo. Now Forner, she's got a decent boot on her, but that'll be saved after a little bit of a bobble from Isabella Coelho. Now I'm just trying to think what you might switch to after this one, after this game commences, because we do love throwing to games currently in progress. Might be the later stages of the League One Women's Match of the Round between Bankstown City and South Coast Flame for you. I suspect the games at Illawarra and Newcastle will be near to done. Close to done, as in fact Manly trainers on the field. That's going to add to the stoppage time, but I do suspect, actually Olympic Wanderers will definitely be in progress. I suspect Ravens versus Apia and Sydney Uni versus Northern Tigers are also in the same boat. So, and of course, there is always the NPL Men's New South Wales game between Manly United and Sydney FC that you can watch, and that will commence as soon as is practically possible after this game is over. As some cheeky kids, I think they actually might be on the deck of the far post. I think they're calling for a red card. That's optimistic. And they do continue to wait, as it was Gilbane. He's able to walk off unassisted, which is good, but doesn't look too comfortable. But we are deep into stoppage time. 4th minute of stoppage time by my estimations. And it will recommence with a Manly free kick. And now, after that stoppage, Forner delivers. And the header up in the air. Bertolicio, second header. Now, Arrowsmith. Out wide. Forner. And Forner sliced that one. Okay, actually, they haven't replaced Gilbane. So Gilbane, I think, getting further checks while sitting in the bench, but I think Tom Hopley trusting his players, and there can't be too much time left, surely, trusting his players to hold on over the remaining minutes. And there is a glance at the watch from Chloe Gray. So that's it. This ordeal is over. Manly 3 points, and they keep themselves well in the finals race.
The final score, Manly United 3, Macarthur 1. The goal scorers for the game. For Manly United, Tegan Biassi in the 15th minute, Emily Minette in the 19th minute, and Sienna Dale in the 74th minute. For the Macarthur Rams, their goal from India Breyer in the 52nd minute.
Yes, and Kaysar Mikes didn't pick that up. Yes, it is finally the end of the game here between Manly United and Macarthur Rams. An excellent 3-1 win for the home team. I've got to power through this. Manly's goals. Tegan Biasi opened the scorer with a strike into the top bins in the first half, followed soon afterwards by a clever Emily Minette strike inside the 6-yard box. India Breyer pulled the goal back early in the second half with a long-range lob, but Sienna Dale, straight after the restart due to the lightning delay, burned past the defence and finished coolly past the keeper for her first goal in first grade since rehabbing her ACL injury. Well, we do hope you stick around on the Football New South Wales YouTube channel. One more time, the women's streams, I believe, are in progress. Bankstown City versus South Coast Flame. Sydney Olympic versus the Wanderers. Ravens versus Apia. And Sydney Uni versus Northern Tigers. There's also the Manly United men's game that'll kick off in 10 minutes or maybe less between Manly and Sydney FC. And Lockie Flanagan will call that for you. Just open a new link and switch tabs and watch that one as well. But on behalf of Sportscast, Football New South Wales, and tonight's camera operator, Sophie, it's Eric Subihano signing off. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We hope to see you soon, and we hope you are very warm and dry. See you soon. That's not surprising.